First witness?
Thanks, Judge. The defense would call Jeff Gerson to the stand.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Yep. You raise your right hand, please. You swear a testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, have a seat right here. And stay close to that microphone, okay?
Okay.
Good to go?
I think so.
Could you say your name, spell your name for the record?
Yeah, it's Jeff Gerson, Jeff, Gerson, Gersin.
Jeff, can I call you Jeff?
Yeah.
Where are you employed?
I own and operate Northridge Auto Center.
Okay, and where is Northridge Auto Center?
It's in Madison on the corner of McMacken and Route 20
Okay. How long have you owned that business?
since 2021.
So obviously, you're familiar with that intersection there.
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us, were you working at Northridge on May 21st of 2025?
Yes.
Excuse me, I think I said May, I meant March 21st.
Yeah, I was working.
Okay. You know, can you recall that day anything out of the ordinary?
No, normal day.
Okay. Well, at some point in time, as you're working
Well,
in the afternoon, did anything draw your attention to the intersection?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
Two people arguing or yelling at the
Okay.
intersection.
Well, so let me ask you, were those people in their vehicles? Were they out of their vehicles?
They were in the vehicles at the stoplight.
Okay. Describe for us, what type of vehicles were they in?
I don't remember the make and models of the cars.
Do you recall generally the color of the vehicles?
No, I
Okay.
don't remember the colors.
Okay. Did you see the two individuals that were arguing?
Yes.
Okay. What did they look like?
The younger kid, there was a younger kid and an older guy. What color hair or what they looked like physically, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. And you said you heard them arguing, you know, what did you see? Were they leaning out of their windows? Were they arguing from within their vehicles?
Yes, so the younger kid that was in the front, he was leaning out, yelling to the guy in the back, and then the guy that was in the back had his head out, yelling to the kid in the front. What they were saying, I don't know, but they were loud enough to where I could hear them inside my building, which caught my attention and why I looked outside.
Okay. And approximately how long were they yelling at each other?
Maybe a minute before the light turned and they moved.
Okay. So the light turns green. Did you, what happened next? What did you see?
The front car, the younger kid took off down McMacken Road probably as fast as he could make that car go. And then the older guy behind him ended up going down the same way.
Okay.
And that was the last I saw of them.
Okay. Was the
At that point.
the older gentleman, did he also kind of peel out of his?
I didn't notice him doing it. His looked normal.
Okay. After those vehicles left the intersection, do you recall anything happening?
I went back to the computer, went back to work because I didn't think anything of it. And I was like, just two people arguing. And that was it. And then probably within 5 to 7 minutes maybe is when I heard two pop sounds, like gunshots.
Okay. And you said two pop sounds. Were those like in rapid
It
succession?
was
or
like pop, pop, like that, basically.
And you heard that, but did you see what caused that pop?
No.
Okay.
I went outside to go see what it was, but I didn't know where it was coming from until I went over and looked by over where the Cleveland Clinic was, and that's where I saw the two cars.
After you heard those sounds, did you leave your business, respond to the scene where those sounds?
Yes, I went over to the Cleveland Clinic.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with law enforcement about this?
Yes.
And did you relay to them what you just relayed to the jury?
Yeah, the best I can remember. I mean, I probably remembered more clearly at that point. I just didn't think to mentally keep track of what colors the cars were, but yeah, I did talk to them.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Haley Gold. I'm an assistant prosecuting attorney, and I'm going to ask you a few questions. You testified on direct that you heard both the older male and the younger male yelling at each other,
From what I could tell, yes.
and you're not able to tell who yelled at who first, correct?
Not at who yelled at first, no.
And you also testified that you heard two popping sounds, is that correct?
Yes.
There could have been more than two sounds,
Objection.
correct?
Overruled.
You can answer.
Oh,
both,
I only remember hearing two.
but it's possible that there were more.
It could, yeah, I guess, but I only distinctly remember hearing two.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything based on that?
Nothing based
All
on
right, you may
that.
step down, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next witness?
Thank you, Judge. The defense would call Mario Powell. Thanks.
You are good.
You're good.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here. And please stay close to the microphone, okay?
Morning, Mario. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
Good. Would you say your full name, spell your name for the record?
Yes, Mario Martez Powell. That's Mario Martez Powell.
Mario, are you employed?
I am. Yes.
In what capacity, sir?
I work for the Cleveland Clinic as their clinical operations analyst.
Okay. And is there a specific location that you work out?
I'm based in Willoughby Hills, but I have sites all the way from Chardon, in between Chardon and Willoughby Hills, so Madison is one of my locations.
So specifically, the Cleveland Clinic location, right on the corner there of Route 20 and McMacken Road, that's a business that you'll frequent?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, drawing your attention to March 21st of 2025, were you employed at that location that day?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, around 5:15 that afternoon, evening, can you tell the jury, what were you doing?
Around that time I was leaving Cleveland Clinic, I was pretty much done for the day. I had exited the back entrance of our building, and I was walking towards my car, got in my car. I was answering some emails before I drove off, but then I had heard what I believe was gunshots. I couldn't see where it was because I was in the back of the building, but I had noticed a truck approaching me, and I didn't know at the time if that was the person who was the perpetrator or the person firing the shots. So they pulled closely towards my car. I ended up ducking in my car, and then they pulled directly behind me. So I just kind of put it in drive, and I drove on the grass and around the building to the left side, where our front entrance is. I, at the time, noticed a person lying on the ground to my left once I exited out of the car, and then there was another person that was standing kind of diagonally across from them. And I was trying to, once I got to the front door, I was banging, trying to get back in.
So I think you just indicated you heard the shots, you didn't see the shots.
Correct.
And do you recall how many shots did you hear?
I believe I noticed 2 to 3 shots.
Okay. And in fact, after aid was rendered to the young man on the ground and law enforcement came on scene, did you have an opportunity to speak with law enforcement?
I did.
And provide them, in fact, with a written statement?
Yes.
And, you know, in speaking with them and in providing them that written statement, did you convey to them what you just conveyed to the jury?
Yes.
Nothing further. Excuse me, nothing further. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, Mr. Powell.
Good morning.
Would it be fair to say that you can't tell us exactly how many gunshots you heard?
That would be a fair assessment. I was doing emails, and at the time, I really wasn't paying attention to like the outside noise, and then it kind of caught me off guard once I heard it. That is this what I'm really hearing? Is this really gunshots? So it could have been a slight delay where I possibly couldn't have heard all of them, but I did notice that amount. That's what stuck with me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Redirect?
Very, very briefly. But ultimately, your best recollection of the number of shots you heard was 2 to 3 shots, correct?
Correct.
And that's consistent with what you relayed to police that very day?
Correct.
Okay. Nothing more, thank you.
Ms. Gold, anything?
No, Your Honor, thank
All
you.
right, you may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Next witness.
We would call our client, Your Honor, David Post.
All right, step forward, please.
Judge, can we approach for a moment?
Yep. Hold on there, Mr. Post.
Sorry.
All right, come on up, Mr. Post.
Steve, can I close your?
Raise your right hand, please. You swear testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat.
Ready?
Yep.
You nervous?
Oh, very. Yeah.
A few deep breaths. Can we start with, state your full name?
David Lawrence Post Jr.
And how old are you, Dave?
I'm 63.
And where do you live?
I live in Madison, Ohio, Montrose Drive.
And how long you lived at that particular address?
That particular address, 28 years since 1999, somewhere in there.
And where did you grow up?
I grew up in Menor, and then I moved to Austin Town for some time, and I went into the military from Austin Town. But for the majority of my life, I've lived out in Madison, probably for the last 30-some years.
And do you live alone in Madison, or who do you live with?
No, I live with my wife and my son,
And what's your wife's name?
Laura Sherwood.
And is she in the back of the courtroom here today?
Yes, I've been with her for 38 years now.
You indicated you have a son,
Yes,
and what's his name?
Aaron Post.
And how old's Aaron?
He's 26 years old.
Do you have any other children?
I have a deceased son that was 32 when he passed,
And what year was that?
2020.
And what was the nature of his death?
Fentanyl overdose. Give me a sec, please. Yeah, it was Christmas Day of 2020.
Christmas Day?
Yes,
Did he suffer from substance abuse issues leading up to that?
yeah, I've been struggling with him from 14 years old.
You made reference to military service. What branch of the military were you in?
I was in the United States Army. I'm a Korean Service Medal veteran.
And what was your time in the military from what year to what year?
3 years, 1979 to 1982.
And honorably discharged?
Yes,
Do you own a gun, Dave?
I did. I do not currently.
Well, fair.
Right.
But prior to the events that we're here talking about, have you owned a gun?
Yes, I have.
And what kind of gun was that?
380 Ruger LCP.
And is that the gun that we've been talking about in connection with this
Yes,
case?
correct.
And how long had you owned that particular gun?
Somewhere's in 3 years. I'm not positive.
And prior to purchasing that 380, did you own any other guns?
I did.
And what kind of guns?
I had a lot of hunting shotguns. I used to rabbit hunt and deer hunt. I've had a couple pistols as well prior.
And why did you buy the 380 handgun that we're talking about in this case?
As far as weight and carry ability, or are we asking?
Well,
Okay.
why?
Pretty much for self-defense for me and my family, to exercise my rights. I've had a CCW for 21 years now. It's a light carry summer and winter.
And you indicated that you've had a CCW permit for how many years?
21 years.
And for those people that aren't familiar, what is a CCW permit?
It's a concealed carry permit. You have to have training for it when I actually got the permit.
And can you just briefly describe what sort of training is involved with getting a CCW?
It's safe handling of the firearm and then range time combined.
And have you, in addition to the training required to get a CCW permit, have you had any other training or experience in handling firearm safety, et cetera?
Yes, pretty extensive from the military. They're very strict on firearm safety. I also have a private police certificate that I took back in the early 80s, mid 80s. Security work that I've done at the airport. I used to work for Fox Detective Agency, RCA, Woodhill Quincy, and the Colonial Arcade downtown.
Okay.
And
So,
I'm sorry, can I just collaborate a little bit more? And then I've also had hunter safety courses for firearm safety.
and so would you consider yourself somebody that's experienced in firearm safety?
Yes, I've been firearms since I was 17 years old in the military. No, I lost my job due to this being on unpaid administrative leave
And when you say this, you're referring to this?
to this incident, yes.
And up to the point of this incident, which would, to be clear, would be March 21st of 2025.
Yeah.
Were you employed?
Yes.
And where were you?
I was working for the Willoughby East Lake school system, working with the Ohio State Patrol for vehicle inspections for the safe transportation of pupils. And I was just actually put into the lead mechanic's position of a 100 bus fleet.
For the Willoughby schools?
Yes,
Or Willoughby East Lakes?
Willoughby East Lake combined.
And how long had you been so employed?
For the school,
Right.
several years, 7 years I've been in a school bus.
And in simple terms, what was the nature of your work?
I work along with the Ohio State Patrol for vehicle inspections for safety. They have strict regulations and just repair, fleet management.
And you indicated that was about 7 years up to the point of this incident.
Yes.
Where were you working before that?
Before that, I was in the sewer. I worked on sewer equipment, and then I worked at the golf course, Fowler's Mill, Stonewater, and the golf course industry for actually 18 and a half years as a equipment manager / technician.
So when you were working for the Willoughby school system, what was your typical hours of work?
Well, when I was put into the lead mechanic position, we had a mechanic quit, and then we also had a fellow that liked to call off work all the time, so I would vary a lot my hours, but my typical day would be 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock.
8 a.m.
8 a.m., yes, 4 p.m.
4 p.m. And then, how would you typically get to work? And meaning by that, would you drive?
I would drive my Hyundai Kona.
And you've been in the courtroom and seen a number of photos displayed of what appears to be a blue
Yes.
Hyundai Kona.
Yes.
And is that in fact your car that you were driving on March 20th?
Yes.
And when you would leave work, 5 days a week?
5 days a week, yes.
And when you would leave work, what would be your typical path or route of travel?
From Curtis Boulevard right onto the freeway. It's pretty much on the side of the freeway, and then I would come home, Route 2 east to Madison, down McMacken Road to Chapel to Montrose, or Bathgate, I'm sorry. Bathgate to Montrose.
And roughly, how long of a trip is it from work to home?
Depending on traffic flow, rush hour, 35 to 40 minutes.
You indicated that you bought the .380 caliber handgun roughly 3 years before, and I think you had indicated that you bought that for self-defense.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what did you need a gun to defend yourself with?
I'd simply like to start by saying watch the news every day. I believe we live in a dangerous society for sure. So, and then Ohio's a permitless carry, which I don't agree with. So that's typically for self-defense and to exercise my rights with Ohio state law.
So no specific threat?
No, no specific threat. Just in general, live in a dangerous world.
And where would you keep or store that handgun?
My firearm was stored in the center console in a pocket holster, like a soft pocket holster,
Center console,
of the Hyundai Kona.
and, what, is that a semi-automatic?
It is,
And, does that have a magazine
yes.
capable, do you know what the capacity is of that magazine?
The capacity on that particular magazine is a 12-round magazine.
And, would you typically store your gun in the center console of your vehicle loaded?
Yes,
And would you have, how many rounds would you have in that magazine?
I carry 10.
And is that 10 plus 1 in the chamber?
No, that's 9 plus 1 in the chamber.
And what was the capacity in that?
It's a 12-round capacity. That's what the firearm comes with, is a 10-round magazine. I choose to carry the 12-round magazine
And why is that?
for the pinky extension. Otherwise, you have no full grip on the firearm. And also, the LCP has known issues with the magazine.
What's LCP?
I'm sorry, the 380 firearm pistol.
Go ahead, it has issues.
So it has issues of loading the magazine to full capacity, especially with older people like myself. I load 10. It's very easy to load the 10. Once you start putting the 11 and 12 in, it gets very difficult to put the casings or bullets, projectiles in.
So when you would keep your firearm in your center console, the magazine would be in the handgun, correct?
Yes,
So it's loaded,
yes, it's loaded.
and you would you have one in the chamber?
Yes,
So you would typically have the gun in the center console, in the soft case, 9 rounds in the chamber, 9
Magazine.
rounds in the magazine, 1 in the chamber.
yes.
Had you ever fired this particular 380 before the date we're here talking about?
I have not since 2020. The ammo prices have gone through the roof. I don't regularly practice, and I'm so involved in my employment and education, I have not.
Well, let me get some clarity there.
Okay,
You said you bought this firearm roughly 3 years before this incident, right?
correct. Yep.
So that would be roughly 2022.
Yes,
Okay, that specific firearm, had you fired it before this day on March?
I have not.
So, let me refer your attention to March 21st of 2025. Do you
Okay.
recall that day?
I do.
Do you recall what day of the week that was?
A Friday.
And did you work that day?
Yes, I did.
And did you work a typical shift?
Friday, typically get out a couple minutes early. As soon as the vendors left, I had left work.
And,
Typical.
And what were you driving that day?
My Hyundai Kona.
And do you recall roughly what time you would have left work that day?
Approximately 10 till 4, 8 till 4, approximately. We don't go by time clock.
And where were you headed?
Home.
And did you take what you described as your normal path of travel home?
Yes,
And that would have, once you got up to the freeway, you would have been on Route 2,
yes.
east.
East, yes.
And what were the traffic conditions like relative to a typical drive home?
It's all rush hour traffic, pretty moderate traffic.
And is that fairly typical?
Yes, it is.
And And then at some point on your drive home, did something unusual occur?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that?
As soon as I approached 44, Route 44, in between 44 and the Newell Street overpass, heading east on the Menor-Painesville borderline, I'm driving in the right lane, just got out of the 3-lane and from Menor, and I looked in my side mirror, and approaching me was a pitch black windshield, black car, high speed, every bit of 100 miles an hour, coming up from behind me in the left lane.
So, that's still Route 2, right?
That's correct.
And is that 2 or 3 lanes?
It's 3 lanes and it drops right at 44 into the 2 lanes right on the Painesville border, 44 on-ramp coming east.
And where were you when you first, on the freeway, when you first noticed this black car coming up behind you?
That was Route 44 on-ramp, between that 44 on-ramp and the Newell Street overpass before the Richmond Street exit.
So at that point, it's still a 3-lane highway?
No, it just dropped out to the 2-lane from 40 Menor.
Okay. And you had indicated you're in the right lane. Would that be generally regarded as the slow lane?
The slow lane, right lane,
Okay, just sort of.
yes.
So you're in the right lane. Were you alone?
Yes,
Did you have your firearm in your car?
I did, yes,
And you said that's typical.
yes,
And where was your firearm?
in the center console.
And you had indicated that you looked in your driver's
Side,
rear mirror,
yes,
and you see this car.
yes.
And traveling, I think you said at a high rate.
I estimate 100 miles an hour every bit of car was moving and coming up behind me in the left fast lane.
And you described the car as black and blacked out windows.
Yes, all I could see at that time was behind me was just a black windshield and a black car.
Okay. And had you ever, did you recognize this car?
No.
And what happened next?
The car abruptly slowed down from the high speed and started driving side by side with me.
And were you able to look inside the car and see who was driving?
No, when I looked over, windows were so black I couldn't see anything, any movement, anything in the car. All I could actually see was a dim light up in the passenger compartment, which I thought to be a cell phone, possibly a passenger.
Okay. And how long did this car travel with you parallel?
Approximately a half a mile until the emergency turnaround right before the Richmond exit.
And then what happened at that point?
It abruptly dropped back, really aggressively, went behind me, probably 2-3 cars back, disappeared out of my sight. I thought that they were just, trying to cut in. That lane slows down during that time of day. So I figured he was just getting off at the Richmond Street exit.
And what do you recall next?
I move over to the left lane because of that loop on the Richmond Street exit causes traffic to really slow down. So I signaled left. I'm coming over the bridge on Richmond Street exit. And approximately a half a mile later at the on-ramp of Richmond Street coming onto the freeway, I'm in the left lane, letting traffic come in on the on-ramp. And all of a sudden, I look up in my rearview mirror, and out of nowhere, this black car appears again, 4 feet off of my bumper, tailgating me aggressively.
Can we see Defendant's Exhibit C1?
Let me know when you,
I see it, yes.
and what are we looking at?
We're looking at the first engagement of him driving on the side of me when he approached. Okay, you want to know what I'm seeing in the photograph? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is that a photograph?
It is.
Okay. And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's me looking over at a car.
And have you seen this photograph before?
I have.
And do you know that when that photograph was taken?
That would have been on March 21, 2025.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
A few minutes ago, you described as you were headed eastbound on Route 2 that you saw a black car approach quickly behind you and then pull up onto the left.
Yes.
Okay, and can you, again, with that, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at me through that car, looking over at his car.
And
I think you indicated you were unable to see the driver.
That's correct, yes. Or any passengers. I can't see in this car at all.
Can we see Defendant's Exhibit B4?
are you able to see?
I can, yes.
Okay, and what are we looking
We're looking at the car that was on the side of me on the freeway.
at? Okay, where was that photograph appear to be taken?
This particular photograph is in the urgent care, Cleveland Urgent Care on McMacken Road.
Very good. Your Honor, permission to publish?
Go ahead.
So what side of the vehicle are we looking at here?
We're looking at the passenger side, right side of the vehicle.
And when we were looking at the previous photograph that would be identified as Defendant's Exhibit C1, you recall that was the photograph of you looking over at the car.
Yes.
And does it appear, how would you describe the windows of this particular car that we're looking at before?
How would I describe them? Being in inspection of vehicles with the Ohio State Patrol, these are completely illegal, in my opinion. The tint,
They're tinted.
yes,
And is this how the car appeared to you when you were driving on Route 2 and looking over at the car
yes,
and unable to see who's driving?
that's correct.
Okay.
And then can we see C2, Defendant's Exhibit C2?
Let me know what you see.
Okay.
Okay, what are we looking at there?
That's the back end of my car at the on-ramp of Richmond Street East.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Now, you had indicated that's your blue Kona, right?
Yes,
And do you recognize the area where this photograph was taken?
I do. There's a mile marker on the left, and that's the on-ramp of Richmond Street coming onto Route 2 East.
So this photograph, if you're heading east, would have been past the Route 44 exit.
Yes,
And you had described that the first time that you saw the car was coming up behind you, and he pulled up into the speed lane and took the photograph that is C1. Right?
yes, yes,
And then I believe that you indicated that at some point the car then dropped back.
that's that's correct.
And then you moved over from the left, or the right lane to the left lane.
Yes.
And again, why did you move over from the right lane to the left lane?
The off-ramp on Richmond Street coming up to the Painesville exit, Richmond exit loops, and rush hour traffic, the traffic slows way down. And then there's an on-ramp coming on. I want to let the traffic on from the on-ramp.
And then I think you had indicated that at some point the black car, came up behind your car?
Yes,
And then, were you aware that this photograph was being taken at the time it was taken?
I was not. This is approximately a half a mile away from the first engagement.
So, as you continued east on Route 2, what happened next?
As soon as I get back, as soon as I get by the on-ramp, I move over to the right lane after I was safely able to do so with the oncoming traffic. Moved over to the right lane and continued east on Route 2.
And once you went a little further ahead, moved into the right lane, was there an occasion where you saw this black car again?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
The black car from this photograph tailgating me aggressively sped up to the side of me and then started driving, a second engagement, started driving side by side with my vehicle again, this time approximately a mile to a mile and a quarter at the side of me.
Now, to be clear, you had described the initial encounter where the car pulled up beside you and took this photograph.
Yes, that's correct.
Was this are you describing a second time where the car pulls up onto what would be to your left?
Yes, that's the second engagement to the side after this tailgating.
Okay. And once the car pulled up in the left lane, driving parallel to you, what happened next?
The car continued to drive side by side with me approximately a mile to a mile and a quarter.
And what happened after that?
After the side-by-side, it accelerated just past my vehicle with the back end, probably two car lengths ahead of me in the left lane. I'm in the right lane now, and the car swerves over with its brake lights on and forces me off on the side of Route 2 right before the Grand River.
And when you say forces you off, do you mean the berm or the road?
That's correct, the right side berm.
So, I know this is not the exact same area, but generally, this area of the road where I'm pointing to?
Yes.
And so did your vehicle come to a stop?
I stopped, yes, when I was forced off.
And where was the black car at this point in time?
The black car actually followed me in front of me when I was forced off the road. He followed me in approximately 50 to 60 yards out and went into like this tactical maneuver with the front end of the car kind of pointed out, almost like the police would do to shoot behind their car or take cover.
And you would estimate what distance between your car and theirs?
Approximately 50 to 60 yards.
Okay. And once you were off to the berm of the road, what did you do at that point?
At that time, I noticed that the car had a blacked out license plate. I couldn't identify a plate number if I wanted to identify this car. So at that time, I don't know why this guy just did this. I have no reason. I'm pretty confused that he just ran me off of the road. So I, at that time, took my pistol out of the center console. I'm still buckled into the car, and I tucked it in my abdomen, waistline, appendix carry is what they would call that.
I'm sorry, what?
Appendix carry, which means right in front, like in your waistline.
Here.
Correct, yes.
And again, what was your purpose in retrieving your firearm and putting it in your waistband at this point?
I have no idea what the guy was going to do in this tactical setup that he was on the side of the road with the vehicle turned out like that, stopped in front of me. I have no idea what this guy or any passengers are going to do. Out of safety precaution, that's why I put the pistol in my waistline.
Okay, and how long did you stay in that position on the road?
I stayed in the position. The car sat there for approximately 2 minutes in front of me. I waited for him to pull out, and then I pulled out pretty much right behind him. I'm worried about getting rear-ended on the side of the freeway. I figure maybe he's over or whatever his issue is. Again, I have no idea why he just did this.
And so the black car pulls off, and then you pull out as well?
Yes.
And kind of what happens after that, after you pull out?
So we continue, both of us going east on Route 2, and then the freeway ends into a one lane to Route 20. It has a merge lane on the left before it ends, and the black car signaled left into the left merge lane and stayed in that merge lane, kind of crawling along like he's still waiting on me until the very dots of the line where it merges into the one lane.
Okay, so now you transitioned from Route 2 to Route 20.
Correct, going under the underpass of Route 20.
And at this point, the black car was in front of you?
That's correct.
And were you directly behind the black car, or were there any cars in between the two of you?
I was directly behind him.
And did you the two of you continue to travel eastbound on Route 20?
He continued to travel eastbound on Route 20. I decided that it would be a good strategic move just to pull into the gas station and give him a couple seconds down the road. Again, I'm very confused why he just ran me off of the road, and he's engaged me twice on Route 2.
And was where did you pull in?
I pulled into Perry One Stop, it's a Sunoco station.
And you were here in the courtroom earlier when the prosecution played the surveillance video from that?
Yes,
Saw that?
yeah.
Did you recognize that?
I recognize it, yes.
And again, what was your purpose in pulling into the Perry One Stop?
My purpose was just to keep him ahead of me, give him a few seconds down the road.
And, approximately how long did you wait in the parking lot of Perry One Stop?
I'm not sure of the actual time. Few seconds, I pulled up to the window, pulled back, and headed back down on Route 20.
Okay. And kind of narrate us through what happened after you pulled out of Perry One Stop.
So I'm not sure the name of the road that comes off to the right between Lane Road and One Stop. It's the only way into the Perry Village, so traffic is pretty heavy turning onto that. I think that's Narrows, but I'm not positive. But anyway, I shifted over to the left lane because of the traffic and the plaza coming up. And as I'm approaching the light, unfortunately, the black car's at the traffic light. And he's approximately 4 cars ahead of me. There's traffic in both lanes. And all I could see was a male, just sunglasses and a gray hoodie, hanging out his window, trying to yell back, look backwards.
What do you mean hanging out the window?
Had his head out, trying to turn back and yelling. And at this time, I can't hear anything. I'm too far back.
And is this the first time that you were able to see the driver of this particular black car?
Yes, I can't identify him. I just know that sunglasses and a gray hoodie at this time.
And if you couldn't hear what he was saying, how do you know he was yelling?
Just with his head turned back, I could see he's yelling back.
And what happened at this point?
At this point, I'm just thinking maybe this guy is high. I don't know, because he just assaulted me on the.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken from the record.
Okay.
The jury is instructed to disregard that answer.
Sorry about that. Again, I have no idea why this person's like trying to look
Hold on
back.
to that.
I'm
Since
sorry.
that answer was struck, I want you to ask another
The
question.
question was, after you were at the this intersection and you described that he was yelling out at you.
Yep.
What happened next?
The light turned green and waked me twice on Route 2. I'm just keeping him out in front of me where I can see him.
Okay, and you continue eastbound on Route 20.
Yes.
And after you pulled out a Ferry One stop and went through that first intersection that you just described, what happened next?
If you do approximately 45 miles an hour, you're going to hit every light down Route 20. Unfortunately, we catch a red light at Center Street at the nuclear plant. Same thing, he's out his window again, and I'm just staying behind him.
At this point, were there any cars between you?
There's cars between us, there's still traffic.
Okay. And was your driver's side window up or down?
My window was up, it's March.
And was he was his window, driver's side window open or closed?
His window was open,
And his head was up?
yes. Same thing as the light before.
So after that second red light where he was leaning out of the car, what happened next?
Again, I don't want to pass him, I'm just keeping him ahead. I have no idea what his problem is with me. And then about the Dollar Store in Perry, he starts hanging out his window and now he's gesturing me with his hand. And it's approximately right before the Sammy K's restaurant.
Okay, and when you said he was gesturing with his hand, was that while he was driving or at a stoplight?
While he was driving.
Okay, and can you demonstrate how he was gesturing?
Just doing one of these numbers. I really don't know what this, I yap, yap, talk, talk. This time, I haven't said anything to him. Again, I don't know anything about him. I don't know why he's bothering me.
So this was around the dollar store, and was that before or after Sammy K's?
That's right before Sammy K's.
Okay, so after he had his hand out the window gesturing, and you're just past the dollar store, what did you do next?
Again, I just pulled into the Sammy K's for seconds just to try to give him a little bit more ahead of me. He's already a little bit of a clip ahead of me.
And again, what is Sammy K's?
Sammy K's, I believe, is a steakhouse, bar, restaurant. I've never been in it.
And you were here in the courtroom and saw the prosecution play some of the surveillance video from Sammy K's?
Yes, I remember.
And is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
You pulling in the truck?
Hmm?
And how long, what was your purpose in pulling into Sammy K's?
Just to provide some more distance.
And how long do you think,
Excuse me.
how long do you think you stayed in the parking lot of Sammy K's?
I pretty much just pulled in for a couple seconds.
Why not just sit there for 5 minutes?
I'm in a hurry to get home. It's a Friday. And again, he's already a little bit of a clip ahead of me. So I just increased that space.
And, well, what were you in a hurry? Did you have plans or anything?
It's Friday. I want to get home to my family. I have a short weekend. I have a 100-bus fleet to manage and just trying to get home.
Okay. So you stay in the parking lot of Sammy K's for a short period of time.
Yeah.
And then what do you do?
I continue east on Route 20, and then Town Line Road's coming up. Unfortunately, he's caught at this light. So he's in the right lane as I'm approaching the light, and he's out the window, and he's really raging now. I can see his head moving up and down, while he's screaming out the window. I'm approaching the light. The light turns green. He's still sitting at the red light. And at this time, McMacken Road's coming up. I want to be in the left lane. So I decided to try to pass him as the left lane's moving and the right lane's still sitting still. So I actually go by him, and he's hanging out the window the whole time I go by him. And I just look straight ahead. I don't want to engage them, didn't even look over. I can just see them out the peripheral vision. So now I'm ahead of them, and both lanes are moving, pretty moderate traffic still. And somebody decides to take a left into the senior citizen park on to the left on the north side. So my lane come to almost a stop, slow, and then he passes me. So now he's approximately 2 to 3 car lengths ahead of me. And as we're approaching the Sahara Mobile Park in between Sahara and Northridge Tire on the west side, he actually maneuvers over into the left lane. He swerves left and slams his brakes on and actually stops me in the middle of Route 20. So I try, you want me to stop?
Yes, I just.
Okay,
wanted some
sorry.
clarification. So, when he moved his car in front of yours and came to a stop,
Yes.
where was that in relation to the McMacken Road intersection?
It's right before, as I say, between the Sahara Mobile Park and the west side of Northridge Tire.
Okay, can we see Defendant's Exhibit E11? Tell me when you got that on the screen, Dave.
Okay.
What are we looking at?
Can we scroll down a little bit or no?
Well, no, just tell
Okay,
us what
we're looking at McMacken Road here in Route 20, the traffic light.
And you're familiar with this intersection?
I am, yes.
And, Your Honor, can permission to publish Defendant's Exhibit E11?
Yes.
Do you recognize this intersection?
I do.
Okay. What would be your typical path of travel? I know you've described 2 to 20,
Yes.
okay? But ultimately on 20, where would you typically turn down to head to your house?
Left on McMacken Road,
That would be
north.
Typical traffic?
Yes.
And so, to be clear, as we look at this photograph, top to bottom would be eastbound.
Correct, yes.
And you would, when you say turn left, if you can follow my finger, you'd be turning this way.
Yes. That'd be north.
And do you recognize where I'm pointing to here?
Yes, that's the golf, well, it used to be a golf station car lot now on the corner of
And-
McMacken.
And, okay. And you had talked about, there was a point in time where you were headed east, approaching the McMacken intersection, and the black vehicle in front of you came to an abrupt stop.
Yes, that's back a little bit farther towards between the Northridge Tire and the Sahara.
Okay, so we're not able to see that particular.
Not from this picture. I don't know if you can scroll down, like I said, a little farther, but
So, once the vehicle came to an abrupt stop in front of you, what did you do?
I tried to check my passenger side mirror and try to evade to the right. And at this time, when I tried to evade to the right, he moves into the center of both lanes and starts driving approximately 5 to 10 miles an hour in the middle of both lanes. And then at the
20 eastbound, 6 lanes, right?
2 lanes, yes,
And then, of course, 2 lanes west.
correct, yes, thanks.
And so when you describe driving down the center of both lanes, would I be correct in understanding the center of both lanes on the eastbound route?
That's correct, yes.
Okay? And what do you recall next?
From that point where he's driving in the center, he starts doing a S pattern back and forth, blocking off both lanes, preventing me from going in the left or right. So
And so how long did that S pattern maneuver occur?
not very long. I can't, say exact time, just
How-
Few S.
100 feet?
Yeah.
10 feet?
probably maybe 50, 60 feet, somewhere's in there. I can't, you know.
And then what do you recall that?
At this point, when he started blocking off both lanes, this is the point where I know he's not gonna let me go home. So at that point, I decided that I'm going to take a left on McMacken, my regular path. If I go straight, he can swerve out into the intersection. I've already decided at that point he's not gonna let me go home. And I'm familiar with the urgent care. I do all my business with Cleveland Clinic, my medical, my labs. So I'm pulling into the urgent care at that point.
Before we get to the urgent care.
Yeah, I'm just saying I made that decision that I'm pulling over.
So, were you stopped at the light at the intersection of 20 and McMacken?
Yes.
And where was the black car in relation to your car when you were at the intersection of McMacken?
From the S pattern, he accelerated up to the light into the left lane in McMacken Road from me.
And to be clear, the left lane would be this lane?
Yeah, it's the turning lane. Yes.
And were there any cars in between the two of you?
No, there was not.
And was the light, what color was the light? Traffic color?
I believe approaching was green at that time.
Sure, but at some point, did that transition to red?
It did, yes.
And so the two of you were sitting at the red light?
That's correct.
No space between your cars?
No.
And what do you recall when you were sitting at the traffic light?
As we're pulling up to the light, he's lagging back a little bit. I see his head come out the window before he hits the light. And then as he hits the light, he's hanging out the window. I can see his head, you know, really moving, you know, up and down, kind of like a rooster, you know, in a rage. And at that point, I've already decided that I'm pulling over. I pulled up right behind him to hear what he's saying. I want to know what he's been yelling out the window all down Route 20. Pulled up behind him, and I, too old to be hanging out the window at 63 years old. I opened my door. I stuck my foot down in between the pillar and the door to, you know, hear what he's saying.
Did you get out of your car?
I did not.
Were you able to hear what he was saying?
Yes, at that time I could hear clearly what he was saying.
And what was he saying?
He was yelling that he's gonna fuck, I'm sorry, I gotta say it. He's yelling he's gonna fuck me up, and he's gonna fuck my wife, and calling me a bald-headed motherfucker. I fucked with his mom, and the pullover motherfucker.
And you were able to hear that?
Yes,
And did you say anything in response?
yes, I was yelling back, I don't know what you're talking about. I was yelling, why do you keep running me off of the road?
Okay? And then at some point, did the light transition from red to green?
Yes, it turned green.
And when the light transitioned to green, what happened next?
Well, at that point, he's yelling for me to pull over, motherfucker. And at that point, I've already decided I was gonna pull over before when he was doing the S pattern. So I threw my hand up and I said, pull over then. So he accelerated hard and he went into the urgent care, and I pulled in behind him at the urgent care.
Can we see E7? Better yet, E13.
Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at McMacken Road in the urgent care, Cleveland Clinic.
And
I'm very familiar, yes.
Okay, and that's the urgent care that you indicated that you frequent?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish?
Go ahead.
Okay, just to orient ourselves, this is the light that is the intersection of 20 and McMacken, right?
Yes.
And this is the area where you would turn left on the McMacken.
That's correct.
And where am I pointing at here?
You're pointing in the Cleveland Clinic Urgent Care parking lot.
Okay, so when you were at this light at McMacken, you turn left and head down
North.
north.
Yes.
Thank you, north, and then pull into this parking lot.
Yes.
And were you in front or behind the black car at this point?
I was behind him.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Did he pull into the parking lot first?
He did, yes.
Okay. So at that point, why not just keep driving past the parking lot down McMacken? How far do you live from McMacken?
I'm gonna say approximately 3 miles, 3.2, somewhere in there.
Why not just keep going down McMacken and going home?
If I would've went straight, I feel at that point of the S pattern and I can't go any farther. If I go straight, he's just gonna pull back out. He's not gonna let me go home. And if I would've went straight at the intersection, he's just gonna swerve out.
Okay, can we do something with that, Mike?
Yeah, I don't think that's, I think that's on your advice. I think it's
Okay. Are you able to see where I'm pointing here?
Yes, I can.
And is that the black car that you have been describing on your whole route?
Yes,
And when he pulled in to the parking lot of the Cleveland Clinic, is that where he parked?
that's correct, yes.
Can we see?
So that's gonna be the drone. Yeah, it is the drone, so that's E. We'll take one.
Are you able to see the photo on the screen, Dave?
Yes, I can.
And what are we looking at there?
We're still looking at the urgent care on the south side parking lot.
Okay, and what's in the photograph?
The black car as well as my Hyundai on the left.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Which one is that?
E, actually, I just found the photograph that I was really looking for. So, can we pull up E21? I'm sorry, Dave, I had the wrong photo. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
Same thing, south side of Cleveland Clinic Urgent Care parking lot.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Go ahead.
So, this is where the black car pulled in front of you and parked, right?
That's correct, yes.
And this is your blue Hyundai?
Yes,
And this is where you parked when you first pulled in?
yes.
Okay. And why did you park here as opposed to some other place in the parking
I pulled in and I pulled over to that fourth space to leave a cushion between us. Number one, to show that I'm not a physical threat to him. And number two, like I said, is leaving a cushion between us. You can say whatever you want to say to me at your car.
Okay. And what happened after you pulled into that particular parking space?
As I'm pulling in the parking lot, he's already out of his car behind his door.
Okay, and where were you when you saw him standing outside of his driver's side door?
When I pulled up, I'm in line of fire. Just got out of my car and I stood between the B pillar of both doors, like in the center of the passenger and my driver's door.
So you remained on you got out of your car and were on the driver's side?
Driver's side, yes, at the
So
B pillar.
generally, where I'm pointing to where this guy is.
Yes, that's correct.
And your car door was open?
Yes, at that time.
You had talked a little bit earlier in this whole sequence of events that you retrieved your firearm from your center console and put it in your waistband.
That's correct, yes.
Once you get out of your car, where was your gun?
Still on my waistline, or in my waistline.
Your waistband?
Yes, waistband.
And still in the holster?
Correct, yes.
And so at this point, he's out of his car, you're out of your car, what happened next?
I cannot see him, like his hands or his body.
Why is that?
Because of my roof line of the SUV is actually nose height. So I'm only seeing over pretty much the head in his sunglasses is all the view that I have over my vehicle.
Okay. And what's the significance of that?
Not a whole lot except for I can't see him.
Okay, and so now you're both out of your cars, you can only see his head basically.
Yes.
What happens next?
He was already out of his car, raging still that I fucked with his mother, and he's gonna fuck me up, bald head fuck. And then he immediately, I'm actually yelling back to him, I didn't do anything to your mother, I don't know what you're talking about, you're driving like an asshole. So that was my words back to him while he's yelling, raging.
And, well, that was my next question, is that you've described some of the things he's saying to you.
Yes.
And how would you otherwise generally describe his demeanor?
Very aggressive.
And why would what do you mean when you say aggressive?
Aggressive, the demeanor of hanging out your window, yelling threats, and in the parking lot, he's,
Let me interrupt.
okay.
I'm not talking about his demeanor when he's
Yeah.
on the Route 20. I'm talking in the parking lot.
Yeah, he still has the same demeanor, he's raging threats at me.
Okay? And when he's yelling these things to you, where was he? Still at the side of his car?
Yes, he's still behind his door at that time
Okay.
during this argument.
And what's going through your mind at this point when he's yelling these things to you?
What's going through my mind is stay at your car, and I believe he's gonna carry out his threats. So he immediately starts coming across the parking lot at that time.
And generally, where I'm pointing to,
Yes,
in this general direction of your car,
that's correct.
and how would you describe his approach?
Very quickly, aggressively.
Do you recall what he was wearing?
I did not see him except for his head coming across the line of my SUV. At no time do I see him. All I can see is the top of his head and his sunglasses.
And at some point, does he approach your car? Or meaning, make it to your car?
He does, and When he's crossing, as soon as he starts crossing, I yelled for him, "Don't come over here.
And what was your purpose in yelling, "Don't come over here"?
Stay at your car. Don't come to me."
Okay, and why did you tell him that?
He's aggressively threatening me. I don't want him by me.
And what happened after you said words to the effect of "stay where you're at"?
He wasn't having it. He continued across the parking lot.
And at some point, did he make it to your car?
He did, yes.
And can you tell us what happened once he made it to your car?
When he started coming across the parking lot, I took 2 to 3 steps at the very corner where the left tail light is at the driver's side of my vehicle, kind of where his clothes are.
Right here.
Yes, pretty much where his clothes are.
And why did you take those couple steps towards the rear of your car?
He's coming across the parking lot with intent to hurt me, aggressively coming across at a high speed. So I prepared for his attack. I knew he was going to assault me.
And at some point, well, what happened after you took those couple steps to the rear of your car?
So I prepared for his attack when he's coming across the parking lot, and when he hit about the center of my vehicle in the back where the license plate is.
Right here?
Yes. And again, there's like 10 inches of that back end. He's right up on the car coming across the parking lot, and I yell for him to back up.
And what did he do in response to your yelling back up?
I just continued on, ignored 2 warnings.
So this would have been the second time?
Second warning, yes,
And he continued to come towards you?
yes.
And then what did you do at that point?
As soon as he broke that corner around the back of that tail light, I put my left hand up to stop his forward momentum, and I punched him with my right hand.
And when you put your left arm up to stop his momentum, did you actually make contact with him with your left?
I did, yes.
And did that stop his approach?
No.
And so, at that point, again, once you had your left hand and where was your left hand on his body?
On his chest, yes.
And he continued to approach, and then again, what did you do at that point?
I threw a right cross.
And did you land the blow?
I landed it. It didn't land as good as I wanted to stop his forward attack.
But you did.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where on his body did you hit him with your right?
I believe in the jaw, somewhere in the
And
mouth.
why, at this point, why did you punch him in the jaw?
He had 2 warnings to stop, and he flat out ignored me and came with, threats of fucking me up, and he's yelling fucking my wife and bald fucker, and he continued across the parking lot.
Okay. What did he do immediately after you punched him in the jaw?
Immediately when I threw the right cross, he went down and grabbed both of my knees and picked me up and body slammed me straight down on the ground and went between my knees, mounting me.
So he did not go to the ground?
He went to the
In
ground, yes.
response to your punch?
Oh, no. He just ducked under it pretty much as I landed. It was like split second. Scooped my knees up.
Did he lift you off the ground?
Yes.
And you were here when he testified and heard him use the words pile drive?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that term, pile drive?
I haven't heard it in a long time, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay, and what does that mean to you?
Pretty much pick up and slam straight down into the ground, drive.
Okay, and is that what you would describe, how you would describe that moment when he reached down around your waist?
Yes. Same thing as a body slam.
And then once he body slammed you into the pavement, where would that have been? In this general area?
Right at the rear wheel, the left wheel of the vehicle.
Okay, and what was your immediate reaction to being body slammed slammed into the pavement?
The wind knocked out of me and slammed my head, my elbows, and my back.
And did you lose consciousness?
No, I didn't, but I was disoriented from hitting the pavement.
And once you hit the pavement, did the back of your head actually hit the pavement?
Yes,
And where was he positioned immediately after body slamming you into the pavement?
as he body slams me, he was mounted on top of me, like in between my legs on the ground.
So literally on top of
Yeah, can demonstrate it if you wanted, but probably don't want to crawl around.
you. He was literally on top.
Yes, correct.
And at this point, was he saying anything to you?
No, not at that point.
Were you saying anything?
No, nothing said during this struggle on the ground.
And was it a struggle at that point?
Yes,
And did you try and extricate yourself from this situation?
I tried to escape, yes.
And how did you try and escape?
When he body slammed me or pile drive me on the ground, he landed between my legs and he's mounted on top of me. He grabbed my shirt, my t-shirt, and he's got his forearm choking my throat, my windpipe with his body weight down. I immediately tried to pull his arm away, like with my left hand, and I instinctively threw my left foot over the front of his face onto the left side of his head, and I extended both my legs out to try to roll him.
And were you able to roll him at that point?
No, he simply blocked my hips with his left hand and his body weight.
Okay. Can you described that his forearm was against your throat or windpipe?
Yes,
Do you remember, was it his right or left forearm?
his right hand
Okay.
crossed.
And can you just generally demonstrate where his arm or forearm was?
It's kind of like reversed, but has a hold of my collar and pushing his weight down on my throat.
And did that affect your breathing?
Yes,
How so?
I couldn't breathe.
Okay, and at this point, you were unsuccessful in trying to roll him, meaning roll him off.
Correct, I couldn't escape.
I think you had indicated that at no point did you lose consciousness.
No, I did not.
Okay. And what happened next?
So at that point where I tried to extend my legs out and try to roll them, my firearm is in a soft pocket case in my appendix, and the firearm came out of my waistline in the holster and partially out of the holster on my abdomen.
On your belly.
That correct? Yes, my abdomen or belly.
And how do you know that?
I could feel it. I felt it slip out, and it's visual at that time.
And so continue on. What did you do at this point?
So at this point, both of our eyes met at the firearm. I had literally a split second to decide. I have a loose firearm into play. He's choking me. I fired 2 rapid shots at that point of the firearm on my abdomen.
So what do you mean when you say both eyes met on the firearm?
It's kind of both eyes I know it's loose. He somehow knows it's loose. I don't know, like our eyes just met at the same time at the firearm.
Well, Matt, look.
Yeah, connected.
We're both connected.
Connected on the firearm, not in our eyes, but.
And so what was going through your mind when you saw him appear to look at your firearm?
He's got a left hand down by my waistline. I have a loose firearm. I'm thinking this firearm can be used against me now. Again, I had to make that split-second decision.
And how long was this whole ordeal once you were on the ground?
Seconds. It happened quickly.
Okay, so, at some point, you were able to, grab your firearm
That's correct, yes.
with your right hand or your left hand?
My right hand.
And where was he positioned at this point, once you grabbed your firearm?
He's still on top of me.
Okay? And what do you do at this point?
I fired 2 rapid shots
And,
from my waistline, right where the firearm was, pretty much on the abdomen.
and, into what side of his body?
Be his left side.
And your recollection is how many shots?
2 rapid shots.
Okay, and what happened after you fired those 2 rapid shots?
They literally didn't have any effect. I don't see him flinch or anything. No effect.
And what did you do after you fired those 2 rapid shots?
I'm still in a panic. I'm trying to escape the bottom, and I rolled to my left, a little bit up on my left elbow, and fired a 3rd shot.
And how long after the first 2 shots did you fire the 3rd shot?
Long enough to roll left. It was a pause between the first 2.
Okay, and what happened after you fired the 3rd shot?
At that point, he realized he was hit, and he rolled pretty much straight back at the wheel where the EMTs find him or started treating him. Brittany Loomis, I believe her name was, administrated treatment to him.
Sure, but you described Brittany Loomis, and we heard Brittany testify in this courtroom earlier, correct?
Yes.
But if you know, was she on scene at the time you're firing these shots?
No, nobody's tending to him at that time. There's
Okay.
nobody.
So what I'm asking though is immediately after you fire the 3rd shot, what do you do?
What do I do? When he rolled back off of me, I immediately got up and took my firearm and placed it on my driver's seat.
And what was your purpose in doing that?
Evidently, coming backwards, and for safety reasons of everybody around.
Well, who was around at this point?
I don't know who's in at that time. I'm just saying for safety reason, I put the firearm on the front seat.
Okay, after you put the firearm on the front seat, what did you do next?
There was a phone that was on the pavement by us, and I assumed that I dropped my phone during that struggle. So I walked over to pick up the phone. I picked up the phone. I see a green phone icon like it's connected. So I know I wasn't on the phone. I asked him, "Is this your phone? Is this your phone?" And I gave him his phone. He reached up and grabbed his phone, and he started talking on the phone.
Do you know who he was talking to?
I had no idea at that time, no.
Okay. But you said that you saw that there was a green icon on
Yeah.
his phone?
Yes.
What did that indicate to you?
It's connected. The phone's connected. I know it's not me, so,
Okay. So you handed him the phone,
correct.
and he began talking to somebody that was on the other
Yes.
end of the phone. And then after you handed him the phone, what did you do next?
I walked over to my car, back on my console. Evidently, my phone's still in my car. Picked up the phone, and I immediately dialed 911
And where were you when you dialed 911?
at the side of my door, pretty much in the opening.
Okay. And where was he at the time you were calling 911?
Directly back from that wheel, from the left side, driver's side wheel, straight back.
Okay. Generally here.
Yes. His head would be facing north.
And what was your purpose in calling 911?
Immediately to get him attention and get police on scene.
Okay. And what do you recall about that 911 call?
I don't recall too much except for the operator being on the phone and me talking to the operator. I could hear him in the background that I'm fucked and still motherfucking me. and saying I fucked with his mother. I could hear in the background.
Okay. Did you have any direct communication with him after you handed him his phone and called 911?
No, we had no interaction at that time.
Okay. And at some point, did somebody else arrive on scene?
The police arrived pretty quickly.
Okay. Before the police arrived, did anybody else arrive?
Yes, there's a pickup truck that pulled in on the left side of me, past the cone on the left, east side.
And did you recognize the pickup truck?
I did not. There was a male that got out of the vehicle and came over to the passenger side, was standing there.
And was there anybody else in the vehicle besides the male that got out of the driver's side?
No, just the male at that time.
Okay.
That I noticed. I don't know,
And did you have any conversation with this man?
I did not know.
Okay. Was there, after this guy pulled up his pickup truck, was there somebody else that arrived?
Brittany Loomis would be the first on scene.
And how did she get there, if you know?
I don't know. I was too busy talking to 911. I don't know. She just introduced herself as a nurse. She was behind the vehicle with Devin.
Okay. Now, you're referring her to Brittany Loomis, but as of March 21 of last year, did you
I wouldn't know her, no. I don't know who she is.
You only know her now as a result
Yeah,
of this case?
as a result of the case, I know her name.
Okay, and did you have any conversation with Brittany?
We had just a couple words. She identified herself as a Cleveland Clinic nurse. She asked me if I was the shooter. I identified myself as the shooter. And she asked me if she could tend to Devin. And I said, yes, please.
And why did you say yes, please?
So he would get medical attention right away. She identified herself as a nurse.
Okay. And when she arrives on scene, are you still on 911?
I was on the phone with 911 even with my interaction with her.
Okay. And then at some point, did somebody else arrive on scene?
It became very chaotic really quick. There's people pouring in everywhere. I don't know any of the people.
At some point, did either EMTs and or law enforcement arrive on scene?
EMT arrived, but I'm not sure exactly when. Again, the police arrived when I'm on 911 call and immediately, took me over to the police car and read me my rights and put me in the back of the car.
In the back of the cruiser?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after you were placed in the cruiser?
When I was being placed in the cruiser, I told the officer that I had a back injury. I had a lot of pain in my rear disc in my back, my lower back.
Okay. And how long were you in the cruiser?
Couple hours, hour and a half. It was a long time.
On scene?
On scene, yes.
Okay. So somewhere more than an hour?
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And then where did you go after, well, at some point you were removed from the scene?
Yes.
Okay, where did you go?
Eventually, I get medical treatment after asking 3 times. They pulled the ambulance on right in front of the cars, put me on a stretcher and transported me to UH in Concord, I believe that was.
That TriPoint?
TriPoint, yes.
And you were transported by ambulance?
Yes.
And then, when you arrived at TriPoint, you give your best estimate as the amount of time that had elapsed from the shooting incident to your arrival at TriPoint?
I'm just guessing 3 hours, somewhere in there, and it's just a guess.
Fair enough.
Tri-Point, the doctors or medical staff came in and took CTs of my neck and my back.
When you say CT imaging,
Yes, CT, CAT scans.
okay, and, at some point when you were at the hospital, did you have any contact with law enforcement?
Just a one officer outside of the room. I don't know his name or anything.
At some point, did somebody take photographs of you?
Yes, the officer that was sitting outside of the room.
Okay,
Yep.
so you did have some contact?
Yes,
And he took a series of photographs?
correct, yes.
And do you know, the purpose of taking those photographs?
Photographing my injuries,
Okay, so now it's several hours at least since the incident.
3.5, somewhere in there.
How were you feeling?
My back was in extreme pain.
Okay? And anything else?
Yeah, my neck, I complained about my neck, but prominently, my back was killing me.
Can we see,
Judge, whatever you want to do, if you want to take a break, this would be an
Well,
appropriate place.
You got some photos, you were gonna, the Tri-Point photos? Is that
Right.
what you want? Okay, all right, let's take a break. About a 15-minute break. Remember not to discuss this.
officer that was at the hospital took a series of photographs.
Yes.
Can we see defendants D is in dog, 28?
You able to see that?
Not yet, sorry.
Oops, hold on one moment.
It's kind of like off to the side there. There we go.
Yes, you can see.
I can see, yes.
And what are we looking at?
Looking at my lower back.
And so that's photographed.
That's correct, yes.
And do you know when that was taken?
A good 3.5 hours later after the incident, after I received my medical treatment, CAT scans.
But that's a photograph that was taken at Tri Point.
That, yes, it was taken at Tri Point,
Permission to
UH.
publish, Judge?
Any objection on 28?
No, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So this is a picture of your,
Lower back
Lower
or,
back.
but, yeah.
and you appear to be pointing at something.
Yeah, I think the officer has his hand, or no, it is my hand, yes.
Okay,
Sorry, I got a little confused there.
okay. And what are you pointing at?
My injury in my back.
Okay. As I look at that photograph, I'm not, what injury are you pointing to?
I had a herniated disc before this, but I have a herniated disc in that area.
So, but the herniated disc wasn't as a result of this incident, if I'm understanding you previously.
I previously had back problems, yes.
Okay. And so, again, what are you pointing at here?
Where it hurts.
And was this as a result of the incident where you were body slammed?
Yes, yeah.
And can we see D as in dog?
Oops, hold on. Just a moment.
Let me know when you
I can see, yes.
can.
Yes.
And what are we looking
My upper back.
at? And do you know where was this photograph taken?
That was also at UH Tri Point.
And do you know when that was taken?
Approximately 3.5 hours later. What date? I'm sorry.
Sure.
March 21, 2025.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Any objection then?
No, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And what are we looking at here, Dave?
It's abrasions on my back.
And do you know what caused those abrasions?
Being body slammed
Into the pavement.
into the pavement, yes,
Okay, how
pavement.
about D 2020?
Let me know when you got it up. You got it?
I have it, I'm sorry. I was like looking at it.
And what are we looking at there, Dave?
I don't know if that's my bald head or,
You have 20?
is that what I'm looking at?
Does that appear to be your back?
Could be the upper back, yes.
And do you know where and when that photo was taken?
Same UH Tri Point.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
Do you have any objection to any of the tribes?
No objections to any Tri Point
Thank
photos.
This appears to be a close-up of the photograph that we were previously looking at, D21, that would be the abrasions on your back.
Yes,
And were those, if you know, abrasions as a result of being body slammed?
yes, from a pavement or concrete or,
Can we see, and are you feeling at this point? And when I say at this point, in the moment these photographs are taken.
In the moment, I'm in pain.
Can we see D as in dog 24?
I don't know why it's coming up, that's not on my computer.
And what are we looking at here?
I believe that's my elbow.
And do you know, is it your right or left?
Or, I couldn't tell you honestly.
Does this
Oh, there we
look
go.
at your body?
Okay, probably my left. Is that left? Is that correct? I'm not even.
Well, I'm
I
asking you a
know.
question.
Yeah, I know it's my
It
leg.
appears to be your elbow.
Yeah, or my elbow.
And do we see any abrasions on your elbow?
I do. Yes.
And do you know what caused those abrasions?
The concrete when I'm slammed, landing on my elbows and my back.
And then how about D32? Can you look that up a little bit?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here, David?
It's the back of my head.
And where was this photo taken?
That was actually after the hospital, probably 4 hours later.
Okay. And what are we seeing here in the area where,
Abrasion.
and do you know what caused it?
That's on my head from the body slam.
And how about D6?
Hair there before this incident?
No, it was not.
Do you know what caused that tear?
Forearm choke across my throat.
Well, how could a choke, when you say choke, I understood your testimony that essentially an arm.
It's
to arm.
an arm, like a forearm into your throat.
Okay.
Still a choke.
So how would pressure by somebody's forearm into your throat cause a tear of the shirt?
By grabbing the opposite side. I have to demonstrate, unfortunately, kind of reverse, but by grabbing the collar.
Then how about D25?
And what are we looking at here?
Same neck.
And specifically here, can you describe what we're seeing in this photograph?
Abrasions.
Hold on, is that 25 you said? D25?
D25.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Go ahead.
Abrasions.
And were those abrasions present before this incident on March 21st?
No.
Do you know what caused those abrasions?
That was from the forearm choke, the collar.
Okay. And then how about D4?
Yeah. Make it just a little smaller. Okay. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at my hands.
I know that it appears that your knuckles are somewhat enlarged,
Yeah, I have arthritis.
and, well, that was my next question, so why are they enlarged?
I've been a mechanic pretty much all my life, 40 years.
And
Yes.
you have arthritis.
Yes.
So do you recall when I was asking you some questions seemingly hours ago about the capacity of your magazine?
Yes.
And I think you had indicated that it's a 12-round capacity magazine,
Correct. Yes.
and that you typically only load 10 rounds in.
Correct. Yes.
And why is that again?
A couple of reasons. The first being that the LCPs have a known issue that they're really hard to load the last couple rounds, and for the purpose of just loading easier. I unload my firearm daily when I go home and, re-rack, so.
Really, so when you come home from work, basically on a typical day,
Yeah,
what do you do with your firearm?
store it in my bedroom.
So you do not store it in your car overnight?
No, I do not. It's unloaded, going into the house.
And when you say unload, you're removing all of the rounds from the magazine?
No, I'm leaving the rounds in the magazine, but I unchamber the loaded round so it's not a live firearm at that point. And then when I wake up in the morning to carry the firearm again, you rack it and then you still have to load the bullet that came out of the chamber that's in the chamber back into the magazine.
Okay. And then you do that every day?
I do that every day, yes.
And where do you store the firearm in your house?
In my gun cabinet,
Is that locked?
yes.
You had indicated that immediately after the shots were fired, you talked about picking up a phone that you mistakenly thought was your phone.
Yes,
All right. And then handed that to them.
yes,
And actually before that, I think you had indicated that you put your firearm in the front seat.
that's correct. That's the first thing I did.
Yeah. And then handed the firearm to
The phone you're talking, yes. Not the firearm. Yeah, the phone,
Yes. To be clear, put the firearm in the front seat of your car,
yes,
picked up a phone that was on the ground that you mistakenly thought was yours, and handed that to them.
yes,
And then, as I understood your testimony, you retrieved your phone from inside the car,
yes,
called 911.
yes,
And we heard that 911 call played earlier in this trial. Do you recall that?
yes,
So I'm gonna play it, a portion of it, and ask you to listen carefully.
okay,
And then I'm gonna stop and ask you a few questions, okay?
yep.
So that, I believe that's,
Just one moment. Do I need to correct that over as well for the jury to hear that? Okay, perfect.
that's, for the record, State's Exhibit 1.
Please, I need an emergency vehicle. I was just attacked and I shot somebody.
Okay, are you injured at all?
You're fucked. But the guy that I shot's on the ground.
Okay, where did you shoot him at?
McMacken Road, the Cleveland Clinic.
Okay, no, I'm asking on his body, where did you shoot him at?
I don't know, I was on my back. I just pulled it out of the holster and shot up.
Can you stop there?
So, in the
Okay.
abdomen area.
Were you able to hear that?
I did,
And
yes.
that is in fact your voice.
It is, yes,
And that would be you calling 911 moments after the shots were fired.
yes,
And did you hear your voice describe that you shot him while you were, from a position where you were laying on the ground?
yes.
Okay. And why did you tell the operator that?
I identified he had just attacked me across the parking lot and I shot up off of my abdomen. I mean, he's on top of me.
Okay. But you said in the 911 call, you were laying on the ground when you shot.
Yes,
Okay. Why did you tell them
don't
that?
know.
Trick question.
Not sure. I mean, I just tell her how many times I shot her, like, shot up.
You said you were laying on the ground on the 911 call. Were you in fact laying on the ground when you shot?
Yes,
Okay. Now, do you recall when Devin Quiggle testified and described this particular moment and said you were sitting up?
yeah, I
when you
remember.
Fired the shots. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Is that the position you were in when you fired the shots?
No,
Okay. Again, how were you positioned when you fired the shots?
on my back, flat.
Can we continue?
Okay, and why is your back injured? Did you fall or what?
He tackled me on the ground.
Okay, where is that firearm now?
It's on my car, but two people just pulled up and I think it's his dad, so hopefully I don't have to use it again.
Okay, I need you to keep that firearm away. There's
I
also,
got this other guy here though.
okay, do not touch that firearm again.
Alright. Try not to.
So, you were able to hear that?
I did, yes.
And it sounds like you were describing that several people had arrived on scene at this point.
Yes, people were pouring in.
Okay, but specifically you said that there was a guy that showed up.
Yes,
Okay, do you know who that was?
I do not.
Okay, and was that the individual that you were testifying to earlier that drove up in a pickup truck?
Yes,
And you had indicated, I think, that he got out of his car and stood on the passenger side.
of his truck, yes.
And at the time you were placing this 911 call, did you know who he was?
I did not know.
Okay. Why were you telling the operator in that moment, hopefully I won't have to use it again?
I felt pretty vulnerable after putting the firearm on my seat. He's on the phone. I don't know if he's calling his family members. I don't know if the guy next to me is hostile to me, or I just don't know who he was. I was feeling pretty vulnerable.
Were you, that last segment we played, were you able to hear other voices in the background?
Yes,
And do you know whose voice we're hearing?
Devin? Yes.
And what is he saying?
You're fucked. Something about his mother. You fuck with my mother or something.
And who is he saying that to?
To me,
And were you talking back to Devin in this moment?
I never said anything that was on 911.
Okay, can you continue on?
It's not a try, you cannot touch it again.
If somebody pulls a firearm out on me, that means it's pulled up.
What's your name?
David Post.
P-O-S-T?
Yes.
Can you tell me where the other person is that was shot?
Right on the ground behind my car.
Okay, is he talking? Is he moving?
Yeah. Excuse me?
Is he talking or moving?
Yeah. He's on the ground, he's still conscious.
Okay. Is somebody tending to him?
Yeah, there's a nurse practitioner with him right now.
What kind of car is he behind?
He's behind my blue Kona.
And you said that firearm is on your vehicle?
The firearm is on my front seat right now.
Are you inside or outside of your vehicle?
I'm outside.
Okay. Why did he tackle you?
He's been following me since Route 2. He ran me off. I pull off the road. I come back up to McMacken here, and he was stopped at the light telling me to pull over. He said I messed with his mother a week ago, and I have no idea what he's talking about. Now he's calling me MF. But he's been messing with me coming down Route 20. I've been trying to pull off of the road. I pulled off in Sunoco Station in Perry as well.
Okay, and you're not bleeding or anything?
No, my elbows and my back hurt from being slammed on the pavement, but
Do you know what this male's name is?
I did not.
What did you shoot him with? What kind of gun?
It's a 380.
And you only shot him once?
No, twice.
Both shots hit him?
Excuse me?
Did both shots hit him?
I believe so. I fired 2 or 3 shots, I'm not sure, I just pulled the trigger, so he got off of me.
Okay. And you,
So you're able to hear that?
Yes,
And initially, you said you fired 2 shots. Did you hear that?
yes, I did.
And then a moment later, you said actually it was 2 to 3 shots.
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yes.
And why did you initially say 2 and then later change it to 2 or 3?
2 rapid shots and a pause and a 3.
Okay, but you initially said, you told the operator, she said, how many shots did you
Yeah.
fire? You said 2. And then, you know, 5 or 10 seconds later, you said actually it was 2 to 3.
Yes.
And why did you initially say 2 and then later say it's 2 to 3?
2 rapid shots. Thought it was 3.
And did you hear yourself saying, I fired shots until he got off of me?
Yes, I did.
Why did you tell the operator that you fired those shots until he got off of you?
When he realized he was hit and rolled back off of me, I just fired till the threat was, I thought was over. I was in a panic trying to get out from underneath the bottom of him.
And so, to be clear, he was on top of you when you fired all those shots?
Yes, all 3.
Do you hear, or do you recall the testimony of Jordan, I don't recall her last name.
From forensic or the lab? Yes.
Yes. And do you recall her testimony that the 2 shots that were in the left upper arm of his outer Carhartt sweatshirt were contact wounds or close to contact?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall.
Do you know, when you fired those 2 first shots, was the muzzle of your gun in contact or close contact to his left arm?
Yes, he's like right on top of me.
Okay. Can we continue to play?
the Optimum was it?
Yes. Me, I'm right here. I got tackled on the ground, I'm with the police right now.
All right, go talk to the officers then. Keep that firearm put away.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, stop. So at this point, when you hang up the phone, the police are on scene.
Yes.
And so, the 911, there's another 911 call that you heard earlier, correct?
Yes.
From another, I think one of the nurses on scene.
Yes,
And
Jennifer.
so, the length of time that you were on the 911 call is roughly 5 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Something like that.
Okay. And so would it stand the reason then that the police were on scene in roughly 5 minutes after this?
Yes.
So, were you looking for trouble this particular day?
No, I'm just coming home from my job I go to every day.
And were you looking to, when you were on Route 2 and see this black car, what was your understanding they wanted with you at this point?
I don't know. I have no idea. Just random.
When you were laying on your back and he's on top of you, why did you shoot him, Dave?
Loose firearm and choking me. I had no choice. I thought in the moment I had a split second to react.
One moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Post.
Hi.
My name is Lauren Tuttle. I'm an assistant prosecuting attorney from the state of Ohio.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Yes.
And I'd appreciate if you answer those questions as
Yep,
You testified that you are a U.S. Army vet, right?
correct, yes.
So that means that you have a lot of training?
As a mechanic, yes. Not
So in the Army, you would have gotten combat training?
Mm, firearms, basic AR-15 or M16, and mechanics.
Okay, so you had combat training, right?
Combat training,
You can hand-to-hand fight.
no. I was never trained. I went through basic training, which was a 12-week basic training, and straight to AI or AT school, they call that, to my mechanics, kind of like a schooling.
Okay, so you were in the Army and you were never trained on how to fight,
That's correct.
but you were trained to use weapons.
Yes,
So you've been trained in using weapons for, did you say, 35 years?
yes,
So you're well experienced with guns,
yes,
very familiar with them,
yes,
and you're a pretty well seasoned mechanic too, right?
yes,
You said you were a mechanic in the Army?
that's correct, yes,
Worked for a number of different mechanics companies?
yes,
Have you always worked with your hands?
yes.
Okay, so you're a pretty strong guy?
I'm in good shape,
Okay.
was. I'm 63 years old as well, and I have many medical problems. Go ahead.
March of 2025, you're doing a job that's manual labor, right?
Yes, was just promoted to a more of a management position.
But around that time, you were working with your hands, preparing school buses, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, Mr. Post, you came up here and you took an oath to tell the truth, right?
yes,
You saw every witness that has come in here take an oath to tell the truth?
yes,
That's because this is a really serious matter.
yes,
right? You take this very seriously.
yes.
You've been very involved throughout the trial, right?
What does this mean? I'm not sure what you're asking.
You've been paying attention,
Yes,
right? You've been taking notes.
yes,
You're familiar with the evidence the state presented against you.
yes,
You're familiar with the witnesses that were coming in to testify against you.
yes,
Okay. And you wouldn't do anything that would impact this trial, right?
no,
Now, Mr. Post, we had a witness come in named Brittany Loomis, right?
yes,
And the last time you saw her was March 21st, 2025,
that's correct.
but you've attempted to see her since, right?
No,
Mr. Post, all of your medical care you stated is through the Cleveland Clinic,
that's correct.
right? At that 2999 McMacken Road address?
Yes, my labs.
Okay. You've scheduled some appointments to see a nurse practitioner about sleep, right?
Not since this incident. I've been through the VA. I lost all of my medical.
Mr. Post, you didn't attempt to schedule an appointment with Brittany Loomis since this incident?
Not with Brittany Loomis.
You didn't file a complaint against her with the Cleveland Clinic for not seeing you?
Are you talking about Dr. Sabala, my doctor at the sleep center?
I'm talking about Brittany Loomis.
I do not know her before this incident.
You didn't try and see her after this incident?
I tried to see Dr. Sabala,
Well, you were scheduled with Brittany Loomis.
right, and they called me back and told me that they had a witness in my case at Cleveland Clinic and she refused to see me. I don't know her name.
Well, Mr. Post, you filed a complaint with the Cleveland Clinic saying that you were discriminated against on the basis of your legal status.
I did, but not against her name. I don't know her.
But that was regarding this case, right?
No, that was regarding my sleep doctor, Dr. Sabala.
And you heard Brittany Loomis testify that she handles sleep issues at that facility, right?
Wouldn't know.
You heard her testify to that?
At Cleveland Clinic,
You heard her testify she is a sleep nurse practitioner.
I
2999 McMacken Road address.
wouldn't know. Sorry,
So you weren't listening during the course of the trial?
I was listening to her testimony, but I didn't pay too much attention to the Cleveland Clinic.
So you just missed that part?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the choices that you personally made on March 21st, 2025.
Okay.
Okay? Actually, Mr. Post, there's one thing I'd like to address first.
Mhm.
You're about an average sized guy, right?
Yes.
5'8",
5'8", yes.
168 pounds,
158,
The time that this occurred, your medical documentation stated you were 168 pounds?
could be,
Is that fair?
yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about your firearm, actually.
Okay,
You testified that you have never fired this gun before.
that's correct.
You've owned this gun since 2022,
Somewhere in there, yes.
and you've never once fired this gun,
I have not.
right? You carry this gun on your person every single day,
In the vehicle, yes.
and you've never fired this gun.
I have not.
You load and unload this gun every single day,
That's correct.
and you never fired this gun.
That's correct.
You have an extended magazine on that gun,
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
You said you need the extra strength for your the extra room for your pinky, right?
Yes, it has a pinky extension.
So, Mr. Post, you never fired the gun without the extended magazine, right?
That's correct.
So you wouldn't know if you needed the extended magazine if you've never fired it.
I fired similar firearms before.
But, Mr. Post, you wouldn't know if you needed it on this gun if you've never fired it.
When you pick it up, you know, your pinky dangles off, so I would know, yes.
So, Mr. Post, you've never fired this gun?
I have not.
You've never fired it with an extended magazine?
I have not.
Never fired it without the extended
I have not.
And you have owned this firearm for 3 full years.
Yes,
And that's your daily firearm.
yes,
You're comfortable using a weapon for protection on your person that you don't know how it fires?
yes.
Okay. Let's talk about your driving. You said you were driving down Route 2 eastbound your normal way, right?
Yes,
Rush hour traffic?
yes,
There are quite a few cars on the road where you're driving.
that's correct.
You stated that you thought Devin Quiggle was going 100 miles an hour.
That's correct. Very high speed.
Rapidly slams on his brakes as soon as he's next to you to go side by side with you.
No, I did not testify that. I testified that he approached me high speed from the left to my side.
He approached you at 100 miles an hour?
Yes.
And then immediately slows to whatever speed you're going to pace you?
I believe my testimony is he slowed down at my side, yes.
I'm not asking what your testimony is, I'm asking what happened.
Yes, that's what happened.
So he's coming at 100 miles an hour.
Yes,
Are you going the speed limit?
I'm doing 70.
So you're doing 70 and a 60 there?
Yes,
He's going 30 miles an hour more than you, charging down the highway, and somehow, when he's right next to you, he's going 70?
yep,
Okay. You can't see anything into the car,
no, I cannot.
but you thought you saw a cell phone.
Just a dim light. I don't know that it's a cell phone. I assumed.
Okay, so the car's side by side with you, and it's in the left lane,
Yes,
right?
fast lane, right,
And
left.
then you put yourself in the left lane in front of that car, right?
No,
You didn't change lanes into the left and wind up in front of the black car?
no. He actually dropped back, as I stated, and a half a mile later, I'm crossed the Richmond Street Bridge where he engages me a second time in the left lane. I've changed lanes.
So, Mr. Post, I didn't ask if he cut you off, I didn't ask if he did anything.
Yeah,
You wound up in the left lane
that's correct.
in front of the black vehicle, right?
Yes,
And you told us that he was about 4 feet off your bumper.
yes,
That photo we saw, he's not 4 feet off your bumper, right?
I would know the distance.
There's a gap between your cars, right?
I don't know that.
If he was 4 feet off your bumper, we wouldn't be seeing the roadway.
Looks approximately to me being a car length back at 70 miles an hour.
So a car length back at 70 miles an hour to you is akin to 4 feet away?
I said he engaged me at 4 feet away, yes.
Okay, Mr. Post. And you said he was tailgating aggressively, right?
That's correct, yes.
And that's the photo we have of how far away he was?
Yeah, car length back.
Car length back is tailgating aggressively?
Were you there to see the 4 feet?
Hold on, You have to answer her
Okay.
questions. You cannot ask her questions.
Can you repeat that, please?
A car length back is tailgating aggressively?
Yes, 70 miles an hour.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk to you about this second engagement. You said that the black car cut you off 1 or 2 car lengths in front, right?
Yes,
That you're in the right lane at this point?
yes,
He cuts over from the left lane,
yes,
a car length or 2 in front of you.
that's correct.
You chose to drive off the road then, right?
That's correct, when he slammed his brakes on, yes.
Okay, he didn't drive into you, right?
No, he didn't drive into me.
And there was at least a car length between the 2 of you?
Yes,
All right. You're telling us that he then stopped his car too in some sort of tactical maneuver
this was on Route 20, yes.
while you guys were driving, what, 70 miles an hour at that point?
Yes, he followed me in after he ran me off the road.
He followed you into the berm after he ran you
That's
over.
correct, in front of me.
And then you want us to believe that both of you sat in your cars there for about 2 minutes?
Yes,
Nobody said a word?
nobody said anything, no.
Nobody rolled down their window?
No,
Nobody yelled?
no,
Nobody called 911?
no,
And that's what happened?
yes.
Nobody that drove by called 911?
Not that I'm aware of, I don't know that.
And there was this tactical maneuver performed like the police, right?
Yes,
And nobody stopped?
no.
You didn't do anything?
Could you clarify that, please? I didn't do
You
anything?
sat in your car,
Yes,
and then you got back onto the road following his car?
yes,
You decided that following him was the right move?
yes.
That was the choice you made?
The choice I made was to pull over in the Perry 1 stop, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Post, let's follow that. You're driving down Route 20, you are behind that black car, right?
Yes,
It is in front of you,
yes,
and you decide that you'll pull into the Perry 1 stop, right?
yes,
You don't decide to park your car.
no,
You don't decide to call 911 and say there's a crazy man on the road.
no,
You don't decide to go into the gas station and say, I need help, someone is harassing me.
no,
You don't tell anyone that this is going on, right?
no,
You just idle in your car for a few seconds and then pull back out onto Route 20,
yes,
right? Now, at this point, you've decided that you need a gun, right?
At the point of the stop on Route 2, are you referring to?
You've already decided that you need a gun by the time we're driving down Route 20, right?
Yes,
You've decided that whatever is happening is dangerous to the point that you think you might need to defend yourself with a firearm.
at the point of the stop, yes.
And a firearm's deadly force, right?
At the point of the stop, yes,
So you take your firearm out of your center console and you tuck it in your pants.
correct.
Mr. Post, were you wearing a holster or were you not wearing a holster that day?
I had a pocket holster.
What's a pocket holster?
It's meant to carry in the pocket.
So is it just in your pants or is there a holster strapped to your pants?
No, it was just tucked in with a soft case in my appendix.
And the soft case is not attached to anything.
That's correct.
So your gun is just simply in your waistband like this, right?
Yeah, yes.
There's nothing holding it to your pants,
No,
nothing stopping it from falling down.
the retention of my belt.
Okay, so your belt is the only thing.
That's the retention, yes.
Okay, so you don't have a holster strapped to your person.
No,
You just have a soft cover.
yes,
You testified that you wound up behind that car at multiple other points, right?
that's correct, yes.
So you wound up behind him at a red light,
Yes,
2 to 3 cars back from him.
yes,
Your window's fully rolled up.
yes,
You're in a compact SUV.
that's correct.
It's as tall as your head is high.
Yes,
You're telling us that you could see him leaning out his window 2 to 3 cars up.
right lane he was in, and as I testified, I was in the left.
Mr. Post, you testified you were behind him.
That's correct.
You didn't testify that he was in a different lane than you.
Behind to the left.
So were you viewing him out your passenger side?
At an angle, he's in the right, I'm in the left.
And you can see him through the cars that are in front of you?
right through this angle.
You didn't make a choice to turn there, right?
Turn where?
Anywhere.
No,
You didn't turn at the light?
no,
You didn't call 911 at the light?
no.
You didn't stop at that light?
At the red light, we both stopped. He was at the
You
red
didn't
light.
find somewhere else to stop, Mr. Post?
No,
You continued driving on the same road as that black car?
that's correct,
With
yes.
a gun tucked into your waistband?
That is correct, yes.
Because you were ready.
I was what?
You had your gun ready,
My firearm was tucked in my waistline, yes.
ready to use.
If needed at that stop,
Bullet in the chamber.
that's correct. That's how it's carried, yes. Not a full magazine, 10 rounds.
Your belief is that there were 10 rounds in there.
I know there's 10 rounds.
Okay, but Mr. Post, you continue driving and you wind up almost immediately behind that black car again, right?
There's a little bit of a clip back, definitely 100 feet. That's correct, yes.
You don't slow down.
I'm going home, no.
You're so concerned with getting home that you're not worried about what that black car's doing, right?
I have no knowledge of why he keeps assaulting me with his vehicle or hanging out windows.
Did he?
He did not.
Okay, so he never assaulted you with his vehicle, let's be clear.
What do you define vehicle assault with?
Well, let's remember, you gotta answer the question.
Okay, thanks.
He never hit you with his vehicle, right?
He did not.
Your cars never made contact with one another.
No.
He was 1 to 2 car lengths away from you, right?
A little bit farther than that for sure.
Okay, so you're approaching Sammy Case,
Yes,
and you pull off into the parking lot, right?
that's correct,
You
yes.
testified that that was to give him some time.
Yes,
Mr. Post, you were there for seconds,
that's correct,
Right.
yes.
and then you went back out onto Route 20 at normal speeds.
That's
right?
correct, yes.
It was inevitable you were gonna catch up to him, right?
Not without the light.
You didn't call 911?
No, I did not.
You didn't tell anyone at Sammy Cage you needed help?
No,
You didn't park your car for even 30 seconds to create distance?
no.
You're familiar with those lights down Route 20, right?
I am, yes.
You testified to that, right?
Yes,
You said if you're going the speed limit down the road, you're gonna hit every light, right?
yes, yes.
So you knew that that black car could be just up the road, right?
No,
You didn't believe that it could have been at the next light?
was not expecting him to be there, and I have no reason not to go home.
Mr. Post, there are other ways to get to your house, right?
Yes, correct, yes.
And you chose not to take an alternate route?
I take McMacken on a daily route.
So you were gonna take your route home no matter what, right?
No, I could have went straight
But you made the choice to take your route home that day, right?
after the S maneuver and the stop, yes.
Mr. Post, Devin Quiggle was not gonna stop you from taking your regular way home that day, was he?
I have no idea what he was gonna do at that light.
But in your mind, you were traveling that path no matter what.
I made a choice to pull over at that S maneuver, yes.
Not at that point, Mr. Post. I'm talking about, we're at Sammy King's. You're back on the road. You're not changing your route, right?
No, I'm going home on,
You're going home on McMacken. You don't care about the black car at that point.
that's correct. He's sitting at the light.
And you're going home with your gun on your person.
That's correct, yes.
Round in the chamber still.
That's correct.
You chose not to call 911 at that point.
I did not call 911, that's correct.
Now, I'd like to talk about approaching McMacken Road. You testified that as you're approaching that light at 20 and McMacken, there's some back and forth between you and Devin, right?
Yes,
And that happens between the Sahara Mobile Homes and the North Coast, or North Ridge Auto, right?
are you talking back and forth verbally?
No, physical back and forth of your cars. You exchange positions, right?
Yes, he's doing the S maneuver.
Mr. Post, before that, you testified that you were in front, and then Devin got in front of you because there were cars in the roadway.
That's
There was
correct.
something you needed to
When he stopped, yes.
So then you testify that Devin drove down the road in an S maneuver.
That's
right?
correct, yes.
And then he did that for about 40 to 50 feet, right?
Yes.
And you're driving, what, 45 miles an hour at this point?
At that point, he stopped me and we're doing 5 to 10 miles an hour.
So conveniently, right, Mr. Post, the Sahara mobile homes are just before that camera footage starts, right? We've got camera footage of you and Devin at that McMacken light, right?
Yes.
But this S maneuver, that happens just before.
That's between, that's correct, it's between Sahara and the west end of Northridge Tire.
So it's right there, but we just don't have this on video, right?
I believe you do not have that camera, no.
We have the camera that exists, right?
Just the one, yes.
So you saw that video, right?
Yes,
Devin is sitting
that's
at
correct.
that light,
Yes.
and you come up fast behind him, right?
I come up behind him, yes.
And you stop close to his vehicle.
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Post, you engaged in a verbal altercation here, right?
Yes, I want to find out what he was saying.
With that gun in your waistband,
The gun was in my waistband, yes.
you agree to pull into the Cleveland Clinic parking lot, right?
I've already made that choice when I was stopped and blocked.
So you decide you're gonna follow this guy, right?
I've already made a choice. I was pulling in the Cleveland Clinic.
You make the decision. When Devin says, pull over, you said, pull over.
I've
right?
already made that decision before I reached the light.
So you were gonna pull over with or without him?
That's correct.
Okay, but you decide to follow him into the lot, right?
That's correct, yes.
That was your free and voluntary decision to follow Devin Quickle into the Cleveland Clinic parking lot, right?
I've made the decision to pull in there.
You made the decision to follow him in, right?
I made a decision before the light that, yes, I was going to pull in.
So, Mr. Post, having just engaged in a verbal altercation where someone screamed profanities at you,
Yep,
you voluntarily drove into the Cleveland Clinic parking lot behind him.
yes, that's correct.
And you knew what you were pulling in to deal with, right?
4 car spaces away.
So you pull in, right?
Yes,
And you get out of your car,
that's correct.
right?
Yes.
Devin never says, I have a gun, right?
No, he does not say he has a gun.
He never says, I'm gonna shoot you, right?
He does not.
Mr. Post, you never tell Devin, back up, I have a gun, right?
I did not say I have a gun. I said back up.
You never warned him you had a firearm on your person, right?
No,
So he approached you with no idea that you have a loaded firearm tucked in your waistband, right?
that's correct.
He
Yeah,
approached you with no idea that that firearm had a bullet in the chamber, right?
right.
He had no idea that you were prepared to fire at him, right?
Yes. I don't know what his mindset was, unfortunately.
Now, you stated that you knew Devin was going to assault you, so you acted first, right?
That's correct, yes.
Mr. Post, you didn't know what he was going to do, did you?
Given the threats, I believe he's going to follow them threats.
So, what you just said is important, Mr. Post. You said, I believe.
That's correct, yes.
So you didn't know what Devin was going to do next. You had your own belief about what you thought might happen next, right?
Somebody coming across the parking lot, yes, I believe he's going to assault me.
So he was walking across the parking lot, screaming and cursing, right?
He was moving rapidly across the parking lot after I warned him.
So that's it?
Yes.
So you punch him for that.
After 2 warnings and he come around the car, yes, I punched him.
You punch him right in the jaw.
Yes.
You start a fist fight.
I wouldn't say I started it.
You're the first one to throw a punch.
That's correct.
You're the first one to do anything physical, Mr. Post.
Do you want an answer?
Yes?
Yes.
That was the question.
Yes.
throws you to the ground, right?
Yes, body slams me.
Okay. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the positioning that you were in.
Okay,
Now, you're telling us that you are on the ground on your back.
that's
right?
correct, yes.
And Devin is between your legs.
That's correct.
So, right leg is free,
My right leg and left leg, yes.
left leg is free.
Yes,
Both of your arms are free, Mr. Post. Right?
my left arm is trying to pull his arm away from my throat.
So, Mr. Post, he's not pinning down your left arm, right?
My left arm, no,
He's not pinning down your right arm?
no,
So you have use of both arms and both legs while Devin's on top of you.
yes,
You said Devin was kneeling
that's correct,
between your legs,
that's correct.
that his left arm is free,
Think of the, yes,
and he's using his right arm.
yes,
And you're telling us that he's simultaneously pulling on your collar and pushing on your neck
that's correct,
with one arm.
that's correct,
You saw Devin come in and testify, right?
yes.
Saw his size?
I never seen his size at the time, no.
You didn't see how big he was when he was on top of you?
Coming across the parking lot, I don't see him until the last second when he rounds the corner of the vehicle.
Well, you saw how big he was when he came in here to testify, right?
Yes.
Devin's not a big guy, right?
Medium,
You heard him testify, he weighs 20, 30 pounds less than you?
don't know how much he weighs.
Said he weighed about 140, you hear that?
I believe, look at the medical records, and he testifies many weights. I don't know what he weighs.
If I tell you he testified that he was 140 at the time that that occurred, that'd be 20 to 30 pounds less than your weight on that day.
Somewhere in there, yes.
Okay. And he is purely leaning on you with one forearm, right?
Correct.
Now, you said that your gun slipped loose.
That's correct.
Started to slide.
Yes.
Devin never reached for your gun, did he?
I do not know. His left hand was down by my waist.
His left hand was free, right?
That's correct.
You never saw him reach for your firearm?
His left hand's down by my waist. I do not know what his intentions are.
So, Mr. Post, you didn't see Devin Quiggle reach for your firearm?
No,
He never touched your firearm?
that's correct.
You pulled that firearm and you gave no warning, right?
No.
You pulled it and instantly shot him.
Yes.
You shot him more than once, right?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to you a little bit about those differences in how you said shot. Today you testified that you shot 2 times rapidly.
That's correct, yes.
Wasn't enough to take him down,
No.
right? So you shot him a 3rd time, right?
A third shot, yes.
And there's seconds worth of pause between these shots, right?
Possibly a second when I roll.
You didn't try and shove him off?
He's on top of me. I'm in a panic. No, I didn't try to shove him off. I'm trying to escape the bottom.
But you shot him twice, right?
That's correct.
You know you hit him,
I don't know that I assumed it.
but you took a break, right?
I rolled to my left trying to escape.
So you rolled, but you didn't try and get him off of you, right?
I'm trying to pull his arm away from me and roll to the left.
You're trying to shoot him, right, Mr. Post?
Yes, third shot, correct.
One moment, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Post. Let's talk about that 911 call.
Okay.
That happens close after the time that you shoot Devin, right?
Yes.
It's not immediate, right?
After I placed my firearm on my seat, it was immediate.
Well, let's talk about the things that happened in that time frame.
Okay.
right? So, Devin's shot, he's on the ground, right?
Yes.
You get up, right?
Yes.
Brittany Loomis appears, right?
At some time, yes.
Well, you heard she was already there by the time you made the 911 call, right?
When I'm on the phone with 911, yes, she appears.
Well, she was already there, right, Mr. Post?
I don't know, I'm not focusing on her.
Well, let's talk about how we know she was already there. You told us in your previous testimony that you had a conversation with Brittany Loomis, right?
To identify myself when she asked, yes.
And that didn't happen while you were on the 911 call.
It
right?
did happen when I was on the 911.
On that 911 call, we did not hear you say, I'm the shooter, give him medical treatment, did we?
I don't know.
And that's what you told us, you said Brittany Loomis?
I told Brittany Loomis I was the shooter and to treat him. That's the only words I've had with Brittany Loomis.
And we didn't hear that on the 911 call, right, Mr. Post?
I'm in the moment of 911 and I don't know the exact timing, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Mr. Post, it must have happened before, right? Before you made that call?
I don't know that exact time, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, when you're on that 911 call, you make statements about what happened, right?
That's correct, yes.
You say, I was attacked,
Yes,
so I shot someone, right?
yes.
You don't tell them I punched him in the face first, right?
No,
You tell them I was tackled to the ground, so I shot him.
yeah,
right?
yes.
You don't tell 911 I punched him in the face first.
I was attacked across a parking lot, that's what I said on my 911.
You said I was attacked,
That's correct,
Right.
yes.
but you didn't tell them that you punched first.
No,
You said you were tackled to the ground, right?
that's correct, yes.
You didn't tell them that you were choked, right?
Not at that time, no.
You didn't say I was pinned down, right?
No,
You didn't say I couldn't breathe, right?
no, I don't give details.
You didn't say I thought I was gonna die, did you?
No, I didn't give the details.
You said I was tackled to the ground, so I shot him,
That's correct,
right?
yes,
When they asked how many times, you said 2,
yes.
right? You said that pretty firmly, 2.
That's correct,
Only after being asked, did both hit him, you said, maybe 2 or 3, right?
that's correct. I was in the moment.
Mr. Post, in that moment, you couldn't give a clear answer of how many times you pulled that trigger, right?
No,
In that moment, you couldn't articulate that you shot him 2 times in the arm, rolled and shot him again after a break, right?
2 times in a pause, 3rd shot.
You couldn't articulate that to the 911 dispatcher, right?
No,
Okay. To that 911 dispatcher, you never told her that you were in fear for your life, did you?
no, I did not.
When you went to the hospital, the officer took pictures of your injuries because they were documenting what happened, right?
Yes,
And you had some marks on you, right?
that's correct.
Those marks were consistent with being thrown to the ground, right?
Yes,
You heard Devin Quiggle admit that that's what he did after he got punched in the face, right?
yes.
Mr. Post, you didn't have a concussion, right?
Not that I was aware of, no.
You had a red mark on your head, right?
That's correct.
You didn't have any broken bones.
No,
You had some scratches and cuts, right?
abrasions.
And then, Mr. Post, when you were transported to the hospital, they transported you wearing a cervical collar, right?
Yes,
So that's a device around your neck.
that's correct.
You were in that device for a substantial amount of time, right?
I believe so.
So when those pictures were taken, that was after the cervical collar was removed, right?
Believe so. I'm not sure of the timing of that.
It's not on your neck when you're taking those pictures, right?
No,
And those pictures were taken after the doctors treated you?
yes.
And Mr. Post, you can't tell us what redness came from the cervical collar or from any sort of injury, right?
I can't specify, I can only tell you from the collar choke that I have abrasions on my neck.
You have a rip in the collar, right?
I have a tear, yes, it's very evident.
And you were wearing that cervical collar after wrapped around your neck, right?
Yes,
You don't have any bullet wounds on you?
do I have bullet wounds on me? No, I do not.
No one shot you that day?
No.
One moment. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just a little bit. Dave, you talked about, the prosecutor was asking you some questions about making an appointment with Brittany Loomis. Do you remember those questions?
I do, yes.
And you were referencing a Dr.
Sabala,
Sabala?
I think that's how you pronounce it, yes.
Okay, who's Dr. Sabala?
Dr. Sabala has been my sleep doctor for some time, years.
Years before this incident?
That's correct, yes.
And generally, you have issues sleeping?
I do, yes. Have apnea.
Had some doctor-patient relationship with Dr. Sabala?
Yes, for a long time.
Okay. And then after this incident, did you call to make an appointment with Dr. Sabala?
I did, yes.
Okay. And why did you call to make an appointment with Dr. Sabala?
Because he's my doctor and my medication goes through Dr. Sabala and you have to see him to get the medications like every 6 months. So I have to have an appointment.
And when did you call to make that appointment in relation to this incident? Your best estimate.
I don't know, months ago. It's quite some time ago. Like
The
between.
incident, so March 21,
Oh, okay.
2025. How soon after the incident did you call to make an appointment with Dr. Sabala?
Maybe a month, guessing.
Go ahead. About a month?
Yes.
Okay. And where's Dr. Sabala's offices?
Dr. Sabala is downtown Cleveland at the main campus.
And UH, or clinic, I should say.
Cleveland Clinic.
And you said you'd been seeing Dr. Sabala for several years at least before this incident.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you would go to Dr. Sabala's offices, did you ever have any interaction with the nurse that we now know is Brittany Loomis?
I do not. Never had any interaction with her.
And when you called to make your appointment, did you know that Brittany Loomis worked in the same department as Dr. Sabala?
Sabala. No, I did not.
Okay.
Sarabella.
Pardon?
Just Sarabella instead of Sabala. Go ahead, though. I'm sorry.
And so, I didn't quite, can you describe how is it that you ended up making a complaint with the clinic?
I made a complaint because I made an appointment with a doctor, Sarabella, so he wasn't available, so they set me up with a nurse practitioner, like an assistant, to see instead so they could get me in. And I was laying in bed Sunday, I got a call, and they said that the nurse is refusing to see me, and that she was a witness in my shooting at Cleveland Clinic. So she refused to see me. So I I have no name, I have no knowledge of who this RN or the assistant that I was supposed to be seeing. So I filed a complaint with the ombudsman.
At the clinic?
Correct, yes.
And when you received this call when you were laying in bed some Sunday,
Yeah.
did whoever was placing that call identify the nurse practitioner that had refused to see you by name?
No, they wouldn't give me her name. I actually wanted a name when I reported or filed a complaint, and they refused to give me the name.
Okay. prosecutor also was asking you some questions about the events immediately after you and Mr. Quiggle pulled into the parking lot of the tent. You recall that?
Yes.
And one of those questions was something to the effect of, you were the first person to initiate any physicality.
Yes.
Words to that effect. Do you recall those?
Yeah, I
questions?
remember.
And that's true, right? I mean, you were the one that threw the first punch here, right?
I did, yes.
Okay. And why were you the first person to throw a punch?
I threw the first punch after the 2 warnings that I gave him crossing the parking lot and screaming that he's gonna fuck me up and fuck my wife. So I threw the first punch as he rounded the back of my car.
And what did you believe in your mind he was coming over to your car for?
To fuck me up. The same thing he said at the light and his car, he's gonna fuck me up.
And were you throwing that punch because you were angry at him because he's threatening to mess with your wife?
No, I'm throwing the punch because he's coming around the car.
And what did you believe he was gonna do?
Fuck me up.
Well, what does that mean?
That means, start beating me up, punching me.
The prosecutor also asked you some questions about your injuries. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And the prosecutor was suggesting that you had some minor scratches.
Yes.
Recall those
Yeah, I
questions?
recall that.
And to be clear, you didn't have any broken bones, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But again, in the moment that you were pile drived onto the pavement, what were you feeling?
The wind knocked out of me and disoriented.
Any pain?
Yeah, my back, extreme pain in the disc area, lower back.
Which is the general area where you were pointing to in
Yes.
one of the photos?
Yes, and my elbows.
And the prosecutor was asking you some questions that, to the effect of, Mr. Quiggle never actually grabbed your gun. Do you recall that?
I recall that, yes.
Okay. Did you know for a fact in that moment whether he was going to grab your gun?
I do not know that.
Okay. But what did you believe could happen?
I have a loose firearm and the firearm could be used against me.
And the prosecutor was asking you some questions about the amount of time between shots 2 and 3. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay. So I think, as I recall your direct examination testimony, the first 2 shots were pop, pop.
Yeah, it was very rapid.
And then what's your best recollection as to how long a period of time between shots 2 and 3?
1001, just time enough to roll to my left side of my back and my elbow.
Okay. And where was he positioned when you fired the 3rd shot?
Still on top of me.
Okay. And we heard the 911 call. You were asking questions about the 911 call. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the prosecutor was asking you questions that, well, you never told the 911 operator that you were being choked. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Why didn't you tell the 911 operator you were being choked?
There's an adrenaline running from the panic, just calling for help for him and calling the police.
And you use the word adrenaline and panic.
Yeah.
Is that what you were feeling in that moment?
Yes, when I'm on the phone with 911.
And when the prosecutor was asking you questions about the 911 call, do you recall when you played it, you're telling the operator that you fired until he got off of you? Do you recall that?
Yes,
So was he still on top of you when you fired the third shot?
yes.
What was his immediate reaction right after you fired the first two shots?
Nothing.
Nothing meaning what?
Meaning I see no effect, didn't come off of me, didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't say anything.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Avery Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Post, I'd like to talk to you about the belief regarding that loose firearm, right?
Okay,
You just testified that your belief that your firearm could be used against you,
yes,
but that belief wasn't based on anything that Devin did, right?
that belief was based on him being on top of me, choking me in a loose firearm.
But he didn't ever reach for it.
His left hand was by my waist.
You never saw him reach for it, right?
Can't say no.
So you didn't see it, right?
No,
He never touched it.
no,
In that 911 call, Mr. Post, you said that you were stressed when you made the call.
that's correct.
Well, you made sure to tell him that you were tackled, right?
That's correct.
But you didn't tell him you were choked.
Didn't give him details, no.
You made sure to tell him that your back hurt, right?
That's correct. That's prominent.
But you didn't tell him that you feared for your life, right?
No,
You made sure to tell him that you were tackled, but you didn't tell him that deadly force was used against you?
no, I did not.
That wasn't prominent?
The back pain is prominent.
The back pain was more prominent than deadly force used against you?
At that time, yes.
You never told him that you feared for your life.
No.
No further questions?
All right, you may step down, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Counsel, please. All right, next witness.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, we have no further witnesses, and the defense would respectfully rest subject to admission of our exhibits.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the defense has rested. That means they have presented all the evidence they intend to present. Does the state have rebuttal evidence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that means you have gotten everything. So the next step in this trial is going to be the closing arguments and the instructions to be given to the jury before deliberations begin. We've got some work to do. Obviously, you guys can't hear before we get to that point, so I'm going to send you for an extended lunch. I want you to be back here at 1 o'clock.